do StreamRiders actually first. Get that going. I'm trying to get it open. That's what's going on right now. And then we'll share everywhere that we're live. Wait for people to come in. And then go from there. So, sorry for the blank screen. Obviously, what's going on, or, well, not obviously, you may not know. What's going on is I am actually downloading the StreamRider stuff. And obviously, from there, it was having some issues, so. Okay, that should be ready. Okay. But why hasn't StreamRiders started yet? It was supposed to start itself up. Okay, we will worry about... Come on, where's my... There. Lost my cursor for a minute. Okay, let's grab this, see what's going on. Okay, we just have scrolls here. Orc Slayers and Centurions.
Stream Captain Bot said, SK Poem just selected a battle and the action begins in 30 minutes. Head to https www.streamraiders.com TSK Poem now to place your units and help earn a victory.
Okay, next thing. So the reason you're not seeing anything, I'm still getting it going on my phone. Okay, it should be going now. And what I was afraid of is I was on the wrong one. So plus now. No, I didn't say I wanted to look at that. I said plus. Actually, I think I'm only going to do those two this time. For a reason. And I'll explain that reason in a little while. There. That's our problem. I was going to say, you should be seeing it by now. Don't ask me why I wasn't already following that. Okay. Let's come go through all these. And then I can show you where we're at. Guess I'll have to collect these first. I forgot to drop a potion. And this time I want to because we will be going through other stuff. Okay, there's a reason I didn't go to place that yet. You'll see in just a minute. There. Okay. So, the last of those eggs placed. last of those eggs placed. And I did. I was going to say, I don't know. We'll see if I counted right. So I was pushing it that last day to try to get enough hatched. Okay, so all of this is done. Now, I also did some other things. I think we finished this one with you guys. But just getting my dailies, I finished that one. So now we're working on this one. We need to get 22 of the visitors entrance. But before we do that, let's quickly fill up our port keys again. And now, since literally all we need is from port keys that we can't get otherwise is the 1920s, we will begin using 1920s port keys. And focusing on them. So let's quickly go after these. I think sports wise, really all we need is is a red, but I'm not positive. Just because I see it so little. We will focus even more on that the last week, the last 10 days of the game. Right now, we need to really focus on getting the foes done. And so we actually may spend extra time rather than just an hour every day. We may do more just because we've got so many of them we need to do. and so little time. We have 7 more days of focus on the foes, and then they're going to switch to other things, or to the extremes. So but I also don't want to be passing up something that may be here. And that's why I'm going after the ones we still need. That may be here. Now, let's see. Oh yeah, my ingredients vault is full, and we aren't gonna... Let's go see if we can get rid of enough to... be able to open up, and then the ingredients. Let's see. We can get rid of, I think... Well, let's wait on that. How many of those do we still need? A 124. And we have how many? 81. So 380, 41, or 43. And we have how many? We have 102. So 99, 59. So if we go to like there, now let's see. I think we can get rid of this. A bunch of this. And a bunch of this. See if that did it. There we go. Don't see what I was originally going after, but that's okay. And we're full again. Oh, I know what I was going to show you. What else I was going to show you. I did finish off the others of those too. Okay. Let's go to our port keys, get these last port keys going. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's go get this done for the daily quest.
Gooskiller 1 said, check.
Had to make sure that was working. Oh well, if you're gonna go after the harder one, I'll...
Just Cross Stitch Joys said, hi.
Hi, Jess! Thank you for joining. Sorry I kind of disappeared for a little bit. I didn't trust myself not to talk about what was going on. Because I was stressed. And I enjoy sharing and you guys are like family, but I wasn't even talking to my family about what was going on, really. And because I didn't want to stress didn't want other people stressing. That's, yeah. And so, or at least not stressing as much as I was. So I kind of felt I had to disappear for a little bit until I knew more answers.
Just Cross Stitch Joys said, I thought Wizards Unite was being disabled.
It is. We have the last day, or it is being turned off on January 31st at 12:01 a.m.
Said, what happened? Do you want to talk about it?
I can now. So, if you remember about a month ago, I had a cyst on my breast. When I went into the doctor at that time, he said, we're going to hope that it's just a one-time thing and that it's not worse. But one thing he'd brought up was it was possible cancer. That he was a little bit worried about it because of how it was looking. And I went, what? I was just like, I brushed it off, didn't think anything of it at the time. And because it was healing and everything else. And so I thought, big deal. It came back. And so I was stressing about what it could be. And I didn't want you guys stressing over it too. Because some other options were just that it, for some reason, was a cyst that didn't want to go away, or, there were so many other options that I didn't, or not so many other options, but there were other options, and I didn't want you guys worried about it. So I got in Tuesday to see the surgeon, and he looked at it and he said, really, I think it's just a cyst and we could wait on it and see if it comes back again. One of my worries was it was actually worse when it came back this time. It was even worse. And so that was part of what was freaking me out, was it was even worse than last time. Got into the surgeon, he said I don't think it's anything to be majorly worried about. We can either wait and see, because it's starting to heal again, or we could do surgery, take it out, make sure make sure that it's not a problem, make sure everything's been got out. Maybe something stayed behind last time, and that's why it was even deeper this time. And then you won't have to, and go from there. So with EDS thrown in the mix, that it becomes an even harder decision, because EDS can affect healing. So we talked about it. We talked about my experiences with surgery and whatever. And so I'm going to go into his office, and we're going to do an in-office procedure where he takes it out next Tuesday. So I won't be streaming Tuesday, but because of that, obviously. But I felt I'm okay going live now, because we at least know what's going on. Which was my problem last time, is we had no clue. My problem was we had no clue, and I didn't want people worrying with me. I'll be honest, I struggled to sleep. Like every time I would almost fall asleep, I had numerous worries running through my head about it and everything else. So I was doing enough worrying for everyone and didn't want anyone else worrying about it. And I knew if I got on Twitch, even just to support my friends, the risk of me saying something because of how stressed I was about it was actually really high. And so that's why I kind of just took a total leave of absence from basically everything, and just kind of, plus the fact that I wasn't sleeping very well.
Stitch Joys said, I completely understand anything to do with the breasts is scary.
Mm-hmm. Well, and what scared, I've had cysts before. So it wasn't even that scared me. So, not in the breast. That was part of it, was in the breast. That scared me. And then the fact that at first, I brushed it off last time because I was like, oh, it's a one-time thing. It's just a cyst. We're fine. But then it came back and it was deeper than the last time. So that meant sometime in between there, something had happened. Whether it was just it hadn't healed in, it actually hadn't healed, even though there's no reason it shouldn't have. So basically, the surface had healed, but not deeper, which could be a problem.
Said, I have had a fibrous mass removed from my breast. It was small enough that they could have refused to remove it, but I had a nice surgeon for the referrer.
That's good. Yeah, in this case, it literally, the second time was deeper than the first time, which was concerning. Because if it's deeper, the question then became, did it not heal? And so it was getting deeper because, like, did the skin heal over but not deeper? And so something was eating away at it. Basically, it seemed that something had been eating away at it, whether it was bacteria in there or what, and that's what was freaking me out. And so that's why I didn't want to talk about it, because my own brain could not comprehend. I was struggling to deal with what was going on. And if I was struggling to deal with it, you can imagine how much I'd be talking about it with you guys, because you feel like family to me. And so you're like family, like best friends, however you want to look at it. That's the way I look at you guys. And so I didn't want you guys stressing over it when I knew I was stressing over it plenty for
Stream
everyone.
Captain Bot said, SK Poem, the battle is ready to begin. One unit was placed on the battlefield.
And so, but because it was literally...
Just Cross Stitch Joys said, I get abscesses a lot from my hydrodenitis, and they always keep the wound open and pack the hole till it's healed.
In this case, it sounds like what they're going to do is they're going to... No. Oh, well. Missed that one. They're going to just cut it all out and stitch it. Completely stitch it up. So... And I'll talk more once this is over. Okay, sorry, I didn't want to talk while that was going because I know sometimes it's hard to hear because of it. So I've gotten abscesses that doctors have had to take care of before, and that's usually what they've done. They've just packed it and let it heal from the inside out. But
Stream Captain Bot said, SK Poem just selected a battle and the action begins in 30 minutes. Head to https://www.streamraiders.com TSK Poem now to place your units and help earn a victory. I started realizing if I could take care of it on my own, usually I'd heal just fine without a problem or anything. And so but in this one case, like I said, it just did not heal. I guess. I mean, it looked like it was healing. The outside was healed. That was what was so frustrating. The outside had healed and was looking normal and everything else, and then it developed... started developing in the very same place, and just slight pressure and it burst open with blood, not with pus, which was confusing to me in and of itself. And then on top of that, it I had the other, it was deeper than it had been. So that was why I didn't dare post, because, last time I had been sure that's all it was just an abscess that had gotten out of hand.
But this time, or, basically that last time I was sure it was just an abscess that had got out of hand and that I just needed, my body just for whatever reason was struggling to fight it off. But they had put me on 2 different antibiotics. So this time as I was looking at it, it was like there's no reason I should still be fighting it. I could not to have been on that much antibiotics, I couldn't see how I could still be fighting an infection that could have gone that deep. Well, the doctor thinks for whatever reason that's still what happened. So, that's what we're going on. We're hoping but that's also why I didn't want to talk about it, because I was going, if that's all it is, there's no reason for anyone to worry about it. But my brain was struggling to accept that could be all it was. And so with that, it was like, I'm just not going to go talk to anyone really until I know what's going on and, I have more information. Because I couldn't even find information about it online, which is really strange for me. Usually I know how to search right to find information.
Just cross-stitch joys. Said. It depends what the cause was with hidradenitis. The abscess is caused from the hair follicle getting inflamed and it's not actually an infection.
And so they think what it was, from the sounds of it, they're thinking it's a sebaceous cyst. So that one of the sweat glands in the breast kind of filled up with whatever and burst open. So the same kind of idea. And it just happened to be on the breast. It was just, I couldn't even find any information on it. Any breast abscess that was getting worse, when I was searching, everything basically said,
yeah, definitely the same idea as EZ. Some women get them under the breast.
Yeah, and this one was actually, the concern was it wasn't under the breast. It's right, not very far from the nipple. So it was like, what the heck? But even searching, it wasn't, like searching on Google and everything said basically that if it was getting worse and worse, chances were higher it was cancer.
Said. Maybe Google hidradenitis suppurativa and see if that helps get you some answers.
Well, so after talking to the doctor, I'm just saying that's where I was at before. After talking to the doctor, he feels, and he really felt that, especially if we cut it out, it should completely take care of it. That it shouldn't come back. It should be totally solved, everything else. And after talking to the doctor, I felt good about that. When I was searching for cysts on the breast, that got worse and worse, everything kept leading back to cancer. And I'm going, this is not something I want to be talking about, because if it's not cancer, I'll feel bad having told everyone that that's a risk of what it, what possibly it could be. So that's why I'm saying now, why I'm okay to talk about it now, because I don't think it's cancer. I'm pretty positive it's not cancer. The one thing that
Just cross-stitch joys said, that's what they said when I got a pilonidal abscess, then it kicked off the hydronitis, and now I get smaller ones in my groin and armpits.
I will hope I don't get more. And I do get abscesses just off and on as it is. Usually not in my groin or armpits. Usually it's just like on my leg or on my stomach or stuff. But I'm not going to say I won't either. So, but yeah, I'm not as worried now. I'm pretty positive now after we talked that it's not cancer, that it's going to be this quick surgery, outpatient surgery, like literally in his office, not even having to be put under or anything. And then it'll be said and done, and go from there.
Just cross-stitch joys said, hope it all goes well. Just cross-stitch joys said, I got to sort TJ out. CZ, it looks like she might have finished eating.
Understood. Thank you for stopping in. And yes, I will be catching everyone live more often now, or I'll be back to fully supporting everyone and everything now. I was literally just waiting to have answers. And then, so that was Tuesday. Today I couldn't, or yesterday I didn't go live because because family needed me. And that actually made me realize every Wednesday, plus, or I could have gone live from the phone, but especially answering people's questions and everything else, that would have been really difficult. So that's why I waited till today. And I wanted you guys to be the first to hear what was going on. So that's why I wasn't catching streams last night. Or yesterday. Oh, Voldemort.
Jasper Jack 2 said, "Hi Ski, I've been MIA."
Hi, Jasper. I've been MIA too, so actually today's the first day back for about a week. I had some things going on that I didn't want to accidentally share with till I had information. And I only got information yesterday, or not yesterday, Tuesday. So, and then yesterday I was with family, so. That's what I was just talking about with Jess, is I had
Jasper Jack 2 said, "I hope it all worked out. A lot of us have been sick. I've been sick and looking for contract work. A friend called me and asked if I could work and help him out, so I start that Tuesday, a steady job."
Congratulations. That's always nice to hear. So in my case, it wasn't I was sick. It was I got a my cyst that we thought we got rid of in a month ago came back and was worse, and so I was really worried about it, and cancer had actually been brought up, and so I was freaking out, and I didn't want to freak you guys out. It's not cancer, let me make that clear. I didn't want to freak you guys
Jasper
out.
Jack 2 said, "Oh no, I remember that."
I didn't want to freak you guys out where I didn't know what was going on. And so, and I knew I'd start talking about it because I was freaking out internally constantly. Like, I barely slept from the time it came back until, which was, Thursday night after stream I noticed it. And basically from then until Tuesday, I didn't sleep very well at all. Like, it was toss and turn, very little sleep. And so I knew I'd be, if I got on and spent time with you guys, I'd be talking about it, just because I was freaking out. And so before I was not fair to you guys, and had you guys freaking out over something that didn't need freaked out over, I took a break until I had answers. And I got answers Tuesday afternoon. Yesterday I had to run kids to everywhere, so I couldn't
Jasper
be
Jack
on yesterday.
said, "Always take care of you."
And that's basically kind of what ended up happening, is I just went, before we have problems that aren't fair to you guys, etc., I'm just going to take a break. And I'll come back when I have answers and can actually, when we know what's going on. And so that's actually why I can stream now, is we know what's going on. And it's nothing to worry about.
Jasper Jack 2 said, "Yeah, the whole community would have started rallying for you."
I know some of you guys definitely would have at least tried to pull people together. So, yeah. And I didn't want to be jumping the gun in anything. So it was just easier to say, I'm going to wait until we have information. I didn't, and I didn't want people freaking out. That was a big part of it. Is I can freak out enough for everyone. No one else needed to be freaking out. I was barely even talking to my family about it. My husband didn't. I don't think my husband registered how serious it could be, and he couldn't understand why I was struggling to sleep. So
Jasper Jack 2 said, I totally understand.
I just kind of shut down for a few days until I had answers. And I don't usually do that, but in this case, there was no reason for everyone to freak out. I could do that enough for everyone. So I wasn't going to let everyone else freak out for me. Now, if it had been cancer, if the answer had come back that they suspected cancer and we needed to do some more research, some more looking into it, I would have got on and let you guys know. It was just when it was up in the air, we didn't have answers anyway. There was no, we're leaning this way or we're leaning that way or anything else. That was when I didn't feel I could talk about things because I didn't want people leaning one way or the other. I didn't want people freaking out when it ended up being something that's no big deal, which is what it is. So with the fact that it's no big deal, I'm actually glad that I didn't share much and that I took the break to just kind of regroup myself, because that wouldn't have been fair to you guys.
Crafting with Ray said, hey.
Hi, Ray. So that's where I've been, is making sure I wasn't sharing information that, because if I know you guys well enough to know if I had gotten on and said, hey, I have a problem, we don't know what's going on, but one of the possibilities is cancer, everyone would have started freaking out. It's not cancer, Ray. You missed that. It's not cancer. Let me make that clear.
Said, I'm so glad it worked out, and yes, we would have gone nuts.
Exactly. And so that's why I just kind of went, I'm stepping back until I can have more information to share with them, and we kind of know really kind of where we're at. I knew you guys are amazing. All those who watch are amazing and care about others and everything else. And so I didn't want to be freaking you guys out.
Crafting with Ray said, that's great to hear. Crafting with Ray said, SRY was dealing with my dog.
I totally get it. And so I didn't, let me make this clear. I didn't talk to anyone. Like, Steph doesn't, I didn't tell Steph what was going on. I did not tell anyone. I basically shut off my phone, didn't talk to anyone online or anything, so no one should So, yeah. No one got more information than someone else or any of that. It was just, I basically, and honestly, not even my kids. Which may seem unusual, but I didn't even tell my kids. My husband didn't grasp how serious it could be. I was the only one who really knew the seriousness of, like, worst case scenario type. So, yeah. Which really, I think, also kind of shows you how much you guys mean to me, that it wasn't just I was cutting you guys out. I literally was not talking to anyone about it, was not sharing the seriousness with anyone at all until I had enough information. If it had been cancer, I would have taken or possible cancer, like if they were leaning that way, I would have taken a day to regroup, a day or two, and as soon as I could, I would have got on here and let you guys know, okay, here's where we're at. Yeah, and but I was also hoping that what's happening now is exactly what it ended up being. Is we find out it's nothing to be concerned with. Mindy, you're going to have to wait. I'm not going to answer you while I'm fighting Voldemort. That we find out it's nothing to be concerned with. I get on and let you guys know that that's what it is. So, sorry about it going blank for a minute. I'm trying to fight Voldemort. Get it so you guys can see. And not get killed. As soon as we get Voldemort, I'll call Mindy. But I wasn't going to answer while I'm in the middle of fighting Voldemort. So yeah, it wasn't just I wasn't sharing with you guys because I felt it was something that needed to be kept, just that it was personal enough it needed to be kept within the family. It was I was not sharing with anyone. See what she's calling about. Maybe what my daughter-in-law is coming back about.
This guy.
Yeah.
Mindy's wondering how you put an ankle back into place.
An ankle. I would have to search it up. I have no clue. Personally, what I would do...
Said, I totally respect how you handled it. Steph A75 said, hey beautiful lady, I am so glad you're on.
Steph, I'll share with you in just a minute what happened. Others have heard, but just a minute. I would call Aquaworks and see if there's any way she can get in with for just a little bit with Kyle.
Jasper Jack 2 said, hi Steph A75.
That's my suggestion. Because, yeah, that could be, there's so much
Steph
in an ankle it could
A75
be.
said, hey Mel.
Okay. So back to what I was saying. Here's what happened. That cyst I had in December came back, and it was worse. And one of the things that the doctor had brought up was possible cancer. But there were a huge range of things, and I didn't want anyone freaking out. Honestly, Brett didn't fully comprehend. I didn't talk to my kids, anything else. I needed more answers. And I knew if I got on and started streaming, it would come out, because I was barely sleeping I barely slept Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and Monday night. I got in on Tuesday to the doctor, and we got answers. So, here's where we're at. He thinks it's just like a sebaceous cyst that, for whatever reason, it just got worse. When I went in and saw the surgeon, he said, we're kind of in a gray area here. Sometimes it has to be taken out. Sometimes it heals on its own. So, since it started healing again, we could wait. That was his words. We could wait. Especially because you have EDS, and healing for EDS is harder. Or we can take it out, but if we wait, it might come back even worse. And then we would obviously go in, do surgery, and take it out. Or we can go in, take it out, know that we've got it taken care of, there's no problems. So we talked about it. I'm going to go in on Tuesday in an in-office procedure. He's going to take it out just so we know that there's no problems. Because it did get deeper this time than last time. And if it keeps getting deeper every time, that would be a huge issue. I even one more time with how deep it was, I did not feel comfortable having it get even deeper. So, that's what the plan is. But it's also why I did not talk to anyone, tell anyone what was going on, and why I didn't want to go live, because I didn't want to freak you guys out.
Stream Captain Bot said, SK Poem, the battle is ready to begin. 5 units were placed on the battlefield.
I didn't want to freak you guys out and have it be nothing. Basically nothing, which is what it is. It's basically nothing. But I was freaking out. I did a lot of searches. I couldn't find any explanation for why it would actually be worse. I hadn't been able to find any explanation for why it would be worse other than possible cancer. Which only made things worse. You know, when I couldn't find anything online that said it could be a very mild, don't worry about it type thing. And instead I was getting all these other answers. I was getting worried.
Stream Captain Bot said, SK Poem just selected a battle and the action begins in 30 minutes. Head to https www.streamraiders.com SK Poem now to place your units and help earn a victory.
I was getting really worried, and so that's kind of why, that's why I felt I had to take a step back, wait and see what happened. Just give it time. And see what I could come up with, or, see what happened once I could meet with the surgeon. And wait until I had more answers so that I could actually honestly answer questions.
75 said, I was beginning to freak out, miss you, and was very worried about you. Completely understand, and I am glad it is not serious.
And I'm sorry about that. I figured you'd be worried, but I also knew if I started talking, even in text, I would spill everything and say it could be cancer, and that would have freaked you out just as much. And so it was easier just to keep my mouth shut, knowing that as soon as I could, I'd get online and let you guys know. So yesterday I would have been on, but during stream time, Mindy needed to be taken to a counseling appointment, and there was no way I could answer questions while I was out and about with the problems we've had with the internet when I'm out and about. So that's why I went live today, knowing you guys needed answers, and I will be going live. The one change I am going to make to my schedule is Wednesday, so next week, Tuesday, I will not be live because I'm getting it cut out so that we don't have any more problems, or shouldn't have any more problems. Other than that, Wednesdays I won't be going live because basically Mindy's got a 10 o'clock Mountain Time appointment every Wednesday, which is right when I was going to go live every Wednesday. So, knowing the problems we have with internet when I'm out and everything, and the fact that Wizards Unite is shutting down at the end of the month, so I won't have really anything to play while I'm out and about. We're just going to cancel Wednesdays. Every other day I'll be as posted. I look forward to modding for you, staff. And we should be good to go. This should hopefully be the end of that saga, and everything should be good. Yeah. And I was totally missing you guys. I look forward to my time streaming. That's one reason I kind of hate to cancel Wednesday. I'll be honest, I went back and forth and back and forth. If I could find another way, I would. But from 10 to 11, Mindy has her appointment, so I can't go live over that time. Then from 2 to 3:30, me, Mindy, and David have PT. So I can't go live over that time, which pretty much takes out the whole day.
Steph A75 said, I caught the flu, but otherwise all is well here.
I'm glad, Steph. Catching the flu was... I'm glad it was just the flu. Let's put it that way.
Said, it will be harder for me to participate BC of the new job, but this job is sending me a laptop, so I am glad BC I don't like using my good MacBook for work and I can have streams and stuff in the background. Steph A75 said, down days are good, don't he want you to burn out? Jasper Jack 2 said, Steph has been deathly ill.
Oh no! Now that's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to get deathly ill, Steph. And Jasper Jack
2 said, really kicked.
See, so maybe if Steph was feeling that bad,
Crafting with Ray
I would have been freaking
said,
out.
Back baby needed me next.
I understand crafting with Ray. So, Jasper Jack, I totally understand. New job, everything else.
Jasper Jack 2 said, she is downplaying it. Steph A75 said, pretty sick NGL.
I'm sorry, Steph. No wonder you wanted me on. But then I would have been worried about you. But then, of course, I would have given you something to do while you were sick. And Jasper, I totally understand, new job, whatever. Even, I'm
Jack too.
cool with
Said.
lurking, or?
Boiling bone broth casting healing spells.
Oh boy. If you just want to lurk when you can, that's fine. I totally understand people lurking. Know where, stop by when you can. Say hi. Hope maybe it'll be a fun thing to keep on in the background.
See Wolfpack 3. Said. Is lurking.
Hi, Cindy. Hopefully you caught everything so I don't have to go through it again. If you have questions, like if you missed something, let me know. And I will answer.
See Wolfpack 3. Said. Hi. Jasper Jack 2. Said. That's what I did with WW but in remote so I can do my work. See Wolfpack 3. Said. No worries, I got the gist of it.
That works. But yeah, so hopefully
Steph A75 said, today has been the worst. I honestly just fell apart this morning. Just miserable. Saw Shana and the girls on and joined them. Told them ski is on and I need to visit with her. Needed my witches today. Steph A75 said, Cindy.
Well, I'm glad that we can, or at least from what I picked up from you, it's helping you feel better. At least a little bit mentally, if not physically. And I'm glad we can do that for you. And we will definitely pray that you get better quickly. Yeah. And one of these days we'll get back to writing.
See Wolfpack 3 said, if only I could apparate and pop into Mama Weasley, you Steph.
I think, honestly, if we could apparate, Steph would be...
Said, thanks and the same, big prayers for you.
I think if we could apparate, Steph would never be left alone again.
Steph A75 said, TYSM Cindy. Jasper Jack 2 said, haha Cindy.
What? Sorry, just a minute, Jasper
See
Jack, and
Wolfpack
let me
3
see if I can
said, exactly.
get this done and untime you out. There's no reason that should have been modded.
See Wolfpack 3 said, naughty stream elements.
Yes. So Jasper Jack, literally, you heard what she said. It was literally haha.
Steph A75 said, Autobot slap Jasper.
Yeah! And I don't even know why. Why would you slap for that? That's one of those that it's like, really? Excuse me? Okay, now I'm where I can pause and try and go get it to behave.
Steph A75 said, bad bot bad.
Okay, well, I can't get it to let it through, but I did get the timeout removed. And while I'm at it, let's see.
Steph A75 said, I have brain fog. Did you say you're ACNH today? If so, I will log in and check what is being crafted or find a Star Knight if you want me to.
I said possibly, but I don't think I'm going to. Okay.
Stream Elements said, I have recently found more information about Twitch streams. You can watch a handful of streams have sound muted. Don't you need to remove the RAID command and more https twitter.com Fugaman status 1 quintillion 401 quadrillion 51 trillion 25 billion 516 million 101.
I think I'm going to just go after foes today. Just because I need so many of them. So, 2 of you. So what I did while I was in there, Jasper Jack is not timed out anymore. And then also Jasper Jack shouldn't get caught with it anymore, hopefully. If she does, I'll need to go in and change some settings. Yeah, I was not happy about.
Said, BRB call.
I was not happy about you being slapped into the doghouse, Jasper Jack.
Jasper Jack 2 said, I was a bad little witch.
No, actually, Stream Elements was bad. You did nothing wrong. That's why I took the time to go through and try and, or to remove to go through and remove it, because I was at where I could,
Stitch
and
Joys said, been trying to get TJ out HTE high chair to bath, but she isn't done with her ice cream.
I'm laughing because that sounds so much like my kids. You think they're done and then, nope, I'm not done. Of course, my kids would have tried to take their ice cream to the bath. I have kids who love water. Yesterday at PT, so our PT actually has a small, it's not really even a pool you could swim in, but where they can do work with you in the water. And the room we were in was right by that. And my son was saying, oh, I so want to go swimming. And I had to agree with him.
Said, she almost had a complete meltdown when I tried to put the ice cream in the freezer for her to have later.
Yeah. My kids would seriously.
Just cross Stitch Joys said, hydrotherapy pool.
Yep, a hydrotherapy pool. Not everyone understands what that is, so. But we love the water, and actually a hydrotherapy pool is even better for people with EDS. We haven't been working on it lately because right now it's a lot of just trying to get everything to stay in place rather than even
just
more strengthening muscles. But
said, we took TJ to a hydrotherapy pool for baby swim lessons.
That makes sense. This one is small enough. It's small. Like, you can fit a wheelchair in it. And maybe someone behind the wheelchair. And that's it. So, I don't think it's even big enough you could stretch, like, out lengthwise in it.
Just cross Stitch Joys said, I might be on path to get a REDS diagnosis BTW.
I remember you saying that, your midwife, I think it was your midwife, one of your doctors, as you were talking to him, did put in a referral for you. So, has it gotten farther than that, or?
Just cross Stitch Joys said, got a physio telephone appointment later this month, CZ of my hip pain.
That makes sense. Yesterday, I had a dental appointment too, and the dental assistant was talking to someone else about hip pain and whatever.
Crafting with Ray said, the whole group is here today, lol.
And I'm glad. Anyway, she was talking with someone else about hip pain and said hers was because of being double jointed. And when she came in, I brought up EDS and she said, yeah, actually, I need to look into that. Her friend had just been diagnosed.
Just cross stitch joys. Said. Lol, yeah, crafting with Ray. I'm slowly getting back into things, but then I will have to take a break next month. CZ of Bubba coming.
And we all understand you taking a break, Jess. Honestly, if you didn't take a break, I would seriously wonder. Oh, for anyone that's curious, just so you know, Mindy is working on getting her computer together, and then
Crafting
she
with
will
Ray.
be going live.
Said. Having a baby.
Yeah, Jess is pregnant. She announced that a while ago on her channel. A couple
Just
months
cross
ago.
stitch joys. Said. Yeah, I am crafting with Ray. Crafting with Ray. Said. Woot, congrats. Just cross stitch joys. Said. Thanks crafting with Ray and 33 weeks ATM.
But Jess is also saying she doesn't want people asking when baby is coming. It will come when she's ready for it to come.
Crafting with Ray. Said. God, by the time I was 33 weeks I wanted her out, lol. Just cross stitch joys. Said. But induction will be somewhere around 37 to 38 weeks.
And Jess, I will say I'm so glad you don't live here in the U.S. Because,
Crafting with Ray.
yeah.
Said. Yeah, that was for me too.
Because they won't allow you to induce at 38 weeks here. Without something going wrong with baby. Which to me is beyond ridiculous. I mean, I understand you don't want to induce too soon.
Crafting with Ray.
But
Said. They did with me and I live in NY State.
from what I understand, though, crafting with Ray, some things were going on with your pregnancy. Jess's is because of previous pregnancies, not necessarily this one. And I know with me, they told me they literally can't, even with almost losing one at
Just cross stitch joys.
39
Said.
weeks.
They only let me get early induction CZ of my stillbirth, otherwise they don't induce till 42 weeks.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But here, I almost, at 39 weeks, I had my oldest, Placenta, came out in 3 to 4 pieces. And they wouldn't let them induce until 39 weeks, even with that.
Crafting with Ray said, "Yeah, I had gestational diabetes and now it has gone back to hypoglycemia."
Exactly. So you had another thing, and it was directly with that pregnancy. Here it has to be directly related to the pregnancy you're having, not previous pregnancies, to induce before 39 weeks. Which is frustrating as all get out, because with my oldest, they said even a few more days and he would have been dead. But even with that, they couldn't induce before 39 weeks. So each time they knew they basically had to really be careful and keep an eye on me.
Stitch Joys said, "My sister-in-law had ground, but she kept refusing induction."
That one is a personal.
Crafting with Ray said, "Yeah, but I was told that if I ever have another baby, I'd have to get a C-section about the same time last time."
They're expecting you to have gestational diabetes again next time. Which is why they say it. If you ended up not having gestational diabetes, they would change that, Crafting with Ray. I know, because they were watching me for that too.
Crafting with Ray said, "Yes."
So, like, if you didn't end up with gestational diabetes, they wouldn't. Whereas with Jess, it's because she had a stillbirth. But
Crafting with
here,
Ray
that wouldn't be
said,
enough.
"That's why I told my hubby no more."
Here, gestational diabetes wouldn't be enough to have it early. Or not gestational diabetes. Gestational diabetes is, but not having had a stillbirth. That's what I'm after. Which is why I'm saying I'm glad Jess doesn't live here. Because I know how hard that you stress over that.
"Just after I had given birth to TJ, I was told that if they ever try and give me the hormone drip, I have to request an epidural before they start the drip."
Or you won't get the epidural in time, is my guess. And I'm just saying that and laughing because, so my second one, they stopped labor.
Stream Captain Bot said, "SK Poem, the battle is ready to begin. 5 units were placed on the battlefield."
They stopped labor when I was preterm.
Crafting with Ray said, "The epidural was my best friend."
And then I went in to be induced at 39 weeks. And within like 45 minutes of them starting the drip, he was here. And I only got the epidural one time, And it was when we knew I was getting a C-section. I was pregnant with twins, and one was transverse lie, and the other had kidney issues. So because of the one with the kidney issues, I couldn't go into labor anyway, because he was twin B, so he would have come out second. And the
Just
concern...
cross-stitch Joys said, yeah, pretty much, and CZ after a certain point I contract hard and fast naturally, and having the hormone drip would make the contractions unbearable. Crafting with Ray said, never have a panic attack while giving birth. I almost choked the doctor.
Oh boy. So, with my twins, twin B was the one with the kidney issue. And so the concern was that he would actually die if he went through a full labor. Like if he had to wait for his brother to be born and then him. Had he been twin A, there's a possibility I could have had him and then they had both been, yeah. There's a possibility I could have had natural. But because of the way he was lying, it was a no-go. Or I mean, because he was twin B, that was a no-go. So they didn't even bother to, there was no use in even trying to write twin A to see if I could have him naturally. So a C-section was like, there was no hope to not have a C-section with the twins. And other than the twins, I think the one that took the longest pushing was David. And he was my biggest. And he only took like 3 to 5 pushes and he was here. It doesn't take me much to be able to deliver. My pregnancies are hard, but my deliveries are fast. With my oldest, I put one push and they, like a test push, and they stopped me mid-TED push and said, don't push anymore. And then took forever to get the doctor there, and 1 or 2 pushes and he was here. Okay, I need to run for a minute. I will be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. And I had totally forgot we had this a little while ago. So we'll do this and then we'll go after some more. I totally understand the fast deliveries, yeah. Even more frustrating to me is when the doctors act like you don't know what you're talking about, I'll be honest. And I have had that happen. Where the doctors are like, we know what we're doing. And especially when you're like, yeah, I've had 4 other kids. Yeah, you know what you're doing as in general. I know what my body does.
Stream Captain Bot said, SK Poem just selected a battle and the action begins in 30 minutes. Head to https www.streamraiders.com TSK Poem now to place your units and help earn a victory.
That's always the part for me that it's like, come on. And it always ends up when it's like an on-call doctor or, something like that, because I quickly learned to screen my doctors for that. And Ray, that would be, hard to have a panic attack while you're giving birth. I have never experienced that. I've only been told I had a panic attack once, but now we realize it probably wasn't even a panic attack. It probably was a case of I had air in my stomach irritating my lungs and my heart. And yes, I know normally that wouldn't matter because the stomach's supposed to be under the diaphragm, not over. But I have a hiatal hernia, which means part of my stomach is up in my chest. Which also always makes it interesting. Everyone talks about brain freezes. And I don't get brain freezes. I get heart freezes. That's when I know I'm eating too fast. When my heart starts to hurt, I realize I better stop and not eat for a little bit because it's never good to have your heart hurting. And I always used to think that that's what everyone had, and then they kept eating and would get a brain freeze after that. And I couldn't understand why anyone would deal with that pain. Then we found out about the hiatal hernia, and it all makes sense. So anyone that doesn't know, I have added some more channel point redemptions. I did that right before everything hit. So if you haven't looked at them for a while, you might want to look at the channel point redemptions. It actually, I did that at Kid Kazma's suggestion. And when I'm done with this, I will shout out Kid Kazma. He's probably going to be sad when he finds out I went live and he didn't get a chance to get to lurk. I bet he is at
Stream Elements said, check out Kid Kazma. They were last seen playing Night in the Woods at https Twitch TV Kid Kazma.
I bet he's at school right now. He is student teaching, and so my guess is he's at school right now. Which would...
Stephanie75 said, I return finally.
That happens, Steph. So yeah, I bet Kid Kazma we all know how teachers are, how busy they are and everything else. So my guess is that he's not in a position to be able to stop by even to throw on a lurk. I hope everything's okay, Steph. That it wasn't anything serious.
Stephanie75 said, I had to place a call after the first call.
That happens. I totally get that.
Steph A75 said, I have flu Rona.
Oh no! That's even worse. So that's why you had to make a call. Is you had to let everyone know.
C Wolfpack 3 said, no.
That should have been a whole lot more significant of a no speech.
C Wolfpack 3 said, explains how why are you so sick, Steph? I am sorry.
It does explain why you feel so sick. Doesn't make it any nicer.
Kyoki Nexus said, hugs. Kyoki Nexus said, hope feel better.
We all hope you get better quickly, Steph. You've worked so hard not to come down with it at all.
Steph A75 said, I tested positive for flu type A on Monday, been waiting on the corona test to come in. First call was the doctor office, and yes, I called the kid's dad and let him know I've been isolated since Monday. Jasper Jack 2 said, oh boy, flu Rona, indeed you have been really kicked, sending you healing love. Stream Elements said, in this channel we want to protect viewers and streamers from unsavory behavior. If you are uncomfortable with the way someone is acting, please drop her into chat, or if you prefer you can whisper it to one of the mods in chat. This holds true for the streamer as much as the viewers, and I ask you to please do so. You may also use them if you need help to keep...
Yeah, you have been extremely careful, Steph. I don't blame you for being angry. I will say, I wish people would realize I've seen so many people take it so casually, and it upsets me. And yes, it is probably the new one that is so highly contagious. Totally not. Anyone who knows even half of what Steph's done to try and prevent catching it would agree that there's nothing more she could have done. If anyone tried to claim...
Jack 2 said, I hear you, I am extremely careful too. People in my building have corona and are taking no precautions. Building and GR had to talk to them. Steph A75 said, it has Omicron and flu A is what the nurse said.
Yep, that's what I suspected. So actually, Jasper, even if we could operate, Steph probably wouldn't have let us in her house.
Said, I had to endure the wrath of the board for our special hockey team when we cancelled going to a tournament last weekend. We are the only certified coaches for the team, but the county in which the event was...
I'm sorry, Cindy. That's not... yeah. Can you tell I have issues with people who don't understand the seriousness of it? Now, I'll be honest. Part of that is I'll be 100% honest. Yes, I was taking it careful, as Steph knows, when coronavirus first started to hit and everything, and I was worried about it, I don't know how.
I go nowhere, someone said. I have 3 adult children with multiple disabilities, including autoimmune ones. There is no way we could virus it.
I understand. I
75 said. I can only think it was on a grocery item I brought home. I can't remember if I got everything wiped down before it all got put away. Sunday I had a headache by Sunday night, though woke Monday and knew I was sick. See Wolfpack 3 said. And an ice hockey tournament is an indoor event, not outdoors. Jasper Jack 2 said. Respect individual decisions.
I will say, I don't know how I would have acted had I not had the experience I did. Like, because I'm a very outgoing individual.
Wolfpack 3 said. Amen, Melba.
And so I probably would have struggled with how long everything's gone on and everything else. But as Steph knows...
Jack 2 said. I was thinking that too, Steph. The only thing I do is go to the store. Now I'm going to be more vigilant.
As Steph knows, I got coronavirus Memorial Day that first year. And I ended up in the ER from it. And so... after that, I've been much more hyper vigilant. And Cindy, I totally understand. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And we think, in my case, it also affects my immune system because I get sick really easy. I've actually been told not even to get the booster until this spring, even though I'm totally eligible.
Jasper Jack 2 said, I'm so sorry, Skier. I did not know you had it in hospitalized.
I didn't end up hospitalized. I ended up in the ER, barely able to breathe. We ended up being able to...
said, yes, we have quite a few friends with it and completely understand.
They ended up having to send me home with 2 different types of cough medicines to be able to get it even to where I could not cough so much that I could actually breathe. Had we not... And that was when they were trying to keep people out of the hospital as much as they could. Because it was right when Utah had their spike.
Said, I agree, Cindy. Too much risk on the tourney. I believe in ducking and dodging so hard the Ra will have me fighting this mess like the devil itself.
Yeah, and that has me... Yeah, we will definitely be praying for you, Steph. And I agree, yeah, I totally agree on the tournament. But yeah, that's been for me, it took me, so when I got it, I ended up in the ER, ended up getting sent home with 2 different cough medicines. It totally affected my lungs, and for months after, I struggled because my lungs were still trying to heal. And then on top of that, it ate my muscles. It literally ate my muscles. I had about...
See Wolfpack 3 said, Ski, have you ever tested for mitochondrial disorders? I got info about getting the tests done for free as part of a study yesterday. See Wolfpack 3 said, let me know if you might be interested.
My understanding from what they told me, so I had the testing for I had testing run through, I can't remember where it's called, but I did their test that checks for EDS and other diseases like that. So I think it also tests for that. I'm not sure.
Jasper Jack 2 said, breathing is scary when I have an asthma attack and my nose is a mess. I can't breathe. It's awful. So sorry you went through that. C Wolfpack 3 said, AIDS is considered a related disorder, I believe.
So it's possible they did test for that. I can't remember. They did a panel. So, but yeah, I had gone to PT the week before I got came down with coronavirus. I missed for like 3 weeks, I think it was, because of everything. You know, obviously to get better and everything. And when I went back, the PT could feel the muscle loss. That's how significant it was. So, oh, Invitae, we did their panel that checks for all types of EDS and whatever. Once I'm done with Umbridge, I can pull up and show you what panel I did. And we did that because there was suspicion that it could be, there was a slight concern it might be VEDS. And obviously if it had been VEDS, that was needed to be known. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the right page. Aha, here we are.
C Wolfpack 3 said, unfortunately I have to scoot. Britta is going live, and if you send me a DM in Discord if I can help it all, you too, Steph. Meanwhile, praying for all my friends, Lumos.
Trying to find the right. Hmm. See if I can get to the right. There we are. Okay, I am going to go to a different page for just a minute so I can see if I can still log in. Okay. This is the panel I had done. So I'm trying to get this and share this with Cindy, just so she knows. Okay, that's done. Now let's go to Stream Raiders. Looks like you didn't this time, you did last time. And let's go here and purchase some of these because we got plenty of gold now. And my speech chat's having issues, so I'm going back to it to... Oh, I totally understand stuff. It happens. Come on. Hopefully it'll open soon. Okay, let's go back to Wizards Unite.
Stream Captain Bot said, Blue Canary 1893 just
Good,
placed an epic
okay.
mystic mage on the battlefield.
Now our speech thing is working again.
Stream Elements said, I have recently found more information about Twitch streams. You can watch a handful of streams have sound muted. Don't you need to remove the raid command or https twitter.com Fugaman status 1 quintillion 401 quadrillion 51 trillion 25 billion 516 million 101.
We will see if we can get through enough of these foes to get them to gold.
Said, you can find out the many commands available in chat by using commands.
I hate going after Umbrage. I haven't even... Now I might as well just wait.
Steph A75 said, complete ruination of the color pink. Such a heifer is Umbridge.
Yep. And I guess they had to make us hate her in the game as much as we hate her otherwise. Or else it really wouldn't fit. But jeez Louise! I think I heard they specifically for the video, for the movies, found a color that of pink that like totally just the color itself would get people to hate her. But if you didn't hate that one color of pink
Steph
before...
75 said, not surprised at all, lol.
If you didn't hate that color before seeing the movies, you hated it after. So, Steph, you're going to have to keep in touch. If I don't hear from you for a while, I'm going to get worried. So even if you have a day when you don't feel you can catch stream, if you could just say, I'm still here, that, just send me a message in Discord, that would help. Because hearing you've got Flurona is worrying. And hopefully we can make your days a little bit better.
Steph A75 said, I will do best to confirm life.
Thank you. Just because I know how bad it can be. And I know there may hit a point, or you may have already been at that point and you're getting better now, where even watching shows, like watching someone on Twitch, was not going to happen. Let alone any interaction with anyone.
Steph A75 said, this junk I am forced to drink is the worst part.
What are they having you drink?
Steph A75 said, I've had a few dead zone times.
That makes sense.
Steph A75 said, Theraflu on top of stupid cough syrup the doctor prescribed.
Well, I would definitely do the cough syrup. I know how hard it is to breathe, and I know it doesn't taste good or anything else, but my experience was, if I didn't, or I'd lost control of it, and that's where I ended up in the ER, was it, because of coughing, it damaged my lungs enough that then I was coughing more, which was even worse.
Steph A75 said, the syrup is awful. It has Vicodin in it and I am not taking it as often as it says makes me feel funny and I don't like it.
You might talk to your doctor about the fact you don't like how it makes. I don't know if we disconnected right then for a second or not. Okay, let me say that again.
Said, he know how how I feel about opiates, said take it and her she need it.
Okay. So keep in mind, like I said, breathing is important. And if your lungs get damaged, it makes breathing harder and coughing and everything more common, and you could end up in the ER or even in the hospital. So we don't want that stuff. I don't know if there's the chance you could see if he can give you another one to take with the agreement that you'll use this one if the other one doesn't work.
Steph A75 said, I know I really do I take it if needed, but I want to commit to every 6 hours like clockwork.
Okay. I was doing every 6 hours just because I needed it to keep the cough down. Or, you know, I was keeping on top of it, but it was actually wearing off with me before I could take it again. That's one problem I have with a lot of cough syrups is before I can even take them again, they're not working anymore. And so, as long as it's keeping the cough down, however long often you're taking it, that works. We just don't need you in the hospital. And everyone will agree with me on that one. Come on, Draco! Seriously! Ah!
Steph A75 said, I am on bone broth with ginger and Sichuan peppers is keeping me hydrated and the mucus thinned.
As long as you are... So I didn't have a lot of mucus. I'm going to make that clear. I just was coughing. And that's where my problem was. I just couldn't stop coughing. My lungs were just irritated as all get out. So if you hit that point, just be aware. But I'm glad the bone broth and the peppers are helping. And are what you need. As long as that's happening, I say stick with it. But if it hits a point where... Yeah.
Steph A75 said, think the phlegm is flu-related TBH.
Totally could be. But like I said, if you hit the point where you're coughing and you can't keep it, you can't, you're having trouble, don't hesitate to use the cough syrup as it says. Like, be aware that coughing can actually injure your lungs, which may, and irritate your lungs.
75 said, I want tea, I promise.
Okay. Yeah, coughing can irritate your lungs, which can make you cough, and injure your lungs, which can make you cough more, which can get you on a downward spiral, which we don't need. Once or twice, just a little bit here or there is okay, but if it builds, yeah.
Steph A75 said, brain fog and squirrel-headed is better than dead.
Exactly.
Steph A75 said, guilty of stubborn, I want to go.
I'm glad. I'm just saying. Because I had one thing I realized with COVID, and they've actually proven, is sometimes it affects your oxygen without you realizing it, and so your ability to think things through starts suffering. And so sometimes the stubborn can not realize you're also being stupid. And so you risk putting those together. And so that's why I'm saying I'm putting a target on it. Where if you're coughing very much, be sure and take it. Because you may think, it's okay, I can get through this. But if you're starting to have coughing fits, you're pushing it too far and you need to take the cough medicine. Even just one every hour or two in and out in 1 hour, but then not for a while. That's enough that you need to be taking it to keep your lungs calm. And I say fits. By that I mean over and over and over coughing. A few coughs an hour, that's totally understandable. But if you're getting fits, you're at the point you're injuring your lungs. And so like 1 an hour, okay, you might be able to deal with, or one every few hours, but every hour a fit that lasts a minute, 3 minutes, whatever.
Steph A75 said, I promise I will take it.
That works. And I'm not saying you have to take it all the time. I totally understand not wanting to. And that's why I'm putting if it gets worse than this on it. Because having been there, done that, I know how hard it is your brain doesn't always work at full capacity while that's going on. I mean, when the doctor told me to go to the ER, I was like, do I really need to? And Brett basically had to say, you wouldn't question him any other time you're going. Because you can't breathe either. I almost didn't even message the doctor and ask what to do. Except I was struggling to breathe between coughing fits. And I don't usually make stupid decisions, but in that case it's very obvious, looking back on it, it was a stupid thing and I should have gone in earlier. And I will say though, contacting my doctor was a good thing because the doctor contacted the ER and basically
said, I remember Jen and I both on stream super worried as you were coming down with it because you were sick.
Mm-hmm. And yet at the same time, I wasn't as worried about it as you guys were, and you could hear it.
Said, I'm sick fast.
Mm-hmm. And I wasn't as worried about it as you guys were. And so it shows you just that fog that comes with it. I'm usually, and I think you'll agree, I usually am very on top of medical things, and in that case it just took out my brain with it.
Steph A75 said, no warranty with it.
Exactly, and so that's why I'm saying, remember that, and that's why I was giving you a...
Just cross stitch joys said, in back I had to bath TJ and then put her to bed and she was a bit of a pickle for the bed part.
Happens, Jess. And Steph, just remember that, and remember that that's why I'm trying to give you something that you can use to gauge with. Because over and over I've heard with COVID of cases of people thinking they're not as bad as they are. And it gets really bad because of it. And I think all kids can be pickles for bed. Not that it makes it any less frustrating, but...
Steph A75 said, bless you Jess, bedtime is always a fight sadly. Just cross stitch joys said, COVID it depends which strain you catch. CZ Omicron is more contagious but less severe than the other strains.
That's true. But the thing is Steph also has rheumatoid arthritis, which means she's at higher risk.
Steph A75 said, I have Omni but also have flu type A.
Yeah, so she's got the Flucron plus rheumatoid arthritis, and her doctor put her on a cough medicine that...
Crafting with Ray said, you do think my daughter was being abandoned going to bed?
Yeah, I think that's most kids, Ray. But, so, her doctors put her on one with opioids, on a cough medicine with opioids, and she doesn't want to take it because of how it makes her feel. And I understand that, but I'm telling her there is a point where you where you need to take it for your health. And so giving her points to use to determine that.
Just cross-stitch Joys said, "We took TJ's side off and she just refuses to get into bed and runs around like a headless chicken." Steph A75 said, "On top of rheumatoid making life hellish and not fun, ATM lol ski is making me be smart." Stream Captain Bot said, "SK Poem the battle is ready to begin. 12 units were placed on the battlefield." Crafting with Ray said, "Yeah, and if you have a fever it's worse because I remember that stuff made my head spin."
Well, and so with the RA, from what, for Steph
Crafting
at
with
least,
Ray said, "It was the worst flu I ever had."
for Steph at least, it brings her brain
Just
fog.
Stitch Joys said, "Steph A75 sorry you are so poorly, I hope you start feeling better soon."
And so, and no one likes, especially when you have a chronic illness and you're used to the brain fog, you do whatever you can to stay out of it. But there's times when it's better to
Steph A75
deal
said,
with it
"Thanks by all."
than to not have it, but then get worse off actually in the long run. So, so that's why I was telling Steph certain things to use to, if this happens, you take it. Even if you don't feel like it. Because she is doing things that will help. Over-the-counter things, bone broth and peppers and stuff like that help keep the mucus down and everything. But because of the COVID, I know it's possible to quickly hit a point where you're not thinking and you're like, you think you can wait, and you've actually gotten worse. But because you've waited, because you're trying to
Steph A75
be careful.
said, "They are seriously calling for snow here, snow when I can roll in it, so unfair, I hate SC Grua."
That's not fair, Steph. And yet here it's actually getting warmer. I hope we get cold and get more
Just
snow.
Cross-Stitch Joys said, "I have had the booster vaccine, so I'm hoping to keep avoiding catching it. I wanted the most protection I could get before baby comes so we don't panic so much when he is here."
I totally get that, Steph. Or not Steph. Jess. I think, if I remember right, Steph's been vaccinated. I don't know if she got the booster or not. I could be wrong. It could be that it was decided that she wasn't, that the risk was too great. I'm just freaking out because I'll be honest, because people at Brett's work have come down with COVID, and I've been told not to get the booster yet. So I'm trying to make Brett be extra careful.
Just cross Stitch Joys said, "I'm the only one in our house who HASNT had to even do a PCR. I do lateral flows but never had to have the official PCR yet."
I'll have to look up, I'm not sure in what use you're using the PCR and lateral flows.
Said, "I had a vaccine, was scheduled to get booster, then ran out, so I let my son have it and said I'd wait, so yeah." Wizard PhD
Okay.
said, "Hi Ski."
Hi,
Stream
Lynette.
Elements said, "I have recently found more information about Twitch streams. You can watch a handful of streams have sound muted. Don't you need to remove the RAID command or https twitter.com fugament status 1,401,451,025,516,101."
Thank you for stopping by. How are you doing? And thank you for doing the shout out stuff. I was going to place that and then do it, but you beat me to it.
Just cross Stitch Joys said, "TJ had to have a PCR in the first lockdown because she had a persistent fever, and Aaron had one when he went back to work after the first lockdown. CZ he caught a cold and they didn't have the LFT rolled out yet."
Okay, that makes
PhD
sense.
said, "I am doing well, just resting on the couch."
That's good, Lynette. I hope you're not, I hope you're not resting because things are going crazy. But just because you're resting because because you know to take care of yourself.
Steph A75 said, "Are you feeling better?" Stream Elements said, "In this channel we want to protect viewers and streamers from unsavory behavior. If you are uncomfortable with the way someone is acting, please drop her into chat, or if you prefer you can whisper it to one of the mods in chat. This holds true for the streamer as much as the viewers, and I ask you to please do so. You may also use them if you need help to keep..."
And from what Steph just said, it sounds like you have been doing bad. I'm sorry. I've been out of the loop for a few days to a week. I'm glad you have time to get better since you were doing bad. I've been out of the loop for a little while. So about a month ago, I had a cyst, and the end of last week it came back, but one of the things that brought up was possible cancer, and I didn't want to get on until I had more answers. It's not cancer. It's just a cyst. It came back. It's just a cyst, and we're going to take care of it. Yeah! What's with that? That is not fair.
Wizard PhD, said, "Oh wow, that's good, it's getting taken care of."
So yeah, I won't be streaming next Tuesday. Also, for anyone who didn't hear, I'm canceling my Wednesday streams just because family has appointments on Wednesdays that are getting to the point it's going to be impossible to stream on Wednesdays. So so it'll actually give me a day to recover after surgery, but I should be back on Thursday without a problem. Because it's a in office, not even they aren't even putting me to sleep for it. It was an option, but we discussed everything and decided it wasn't worth it to even try. So yes, take it easy, Lynette. If you haven't been doing good, I know how much. If you aren't feeling well with chronic illness, it means you need to take it easy for a while. And I, of all people, know that. I say I know it. Doesn't mean I always live it, but I know it. Just remembered we hadn't done this. Which one do you want, Steph? Barbarian or Healer? Which do you want, Steph? Barbarian or Healer? I guess I'll do this. She's not answering.
Stream Captain Bot said, SK Poem just selected a battle and the action begins in 30 minutes. Head to https www.streamraiders.com TSK Poem now to place your units and help earn a victory.
Slowly running out of my potions.
Steph A75 said, I am seriously considering wiping my island. I probably should just wait. I feel like I am in a mood and should not go with my gut RN.
I would recommend waiting. At least till you're feeling better. Because then you know you're making an informed decision and everything else. Not that you get better and you're kicking yourself for wiping it while you were sick. At least that's my take on it.
Steph A75 said, solid advice.
I've been there, Steph. And one of my concerns would be, are you feeling that way just because you want change? You're feeling horrible, everything else, and you just want things to change, which would be something I would do. And then you find out after, but of course the thing that you want to change is not going to change by wiping your island. Or else a lot more people would be playing Animal Crossing. If we could get better from coronavirus and or the flu by just wiping our island, our Animal Crossing island.
Said, I am out of room is the problem. I can decide what to change TBH because I like my island, darn it.
Which is also another thing, even wiping your island, if you like your island, would you literally be just trying to recreate the very same thing?
Steph A75 said, but to use the new things I've got to clear a space for them.
And I get that, but honestly, I don't think there is. No one has enough room on any one island for everything. Now, if you knew exactly what you wanted and how you wanted to do it, then that would be another idea. But from the sounds of it, you love what you have, and so you don't have a plan on what you would change to be able to put new things on. Because you love what you have too.
Steph A75 said, exactly.
And here comes Brett, and I know he'll be as worried about for you as I am.
What?
She has the Flurona.
The new variant?
She has Omicron and flu at the same time.
Oh, yuck. That's the one Caden was telling me about. Did you hear that, Caden?
I heard.
Yuck. I was on the wall today, and so was Roberto. Casey was stuck on the sortation panel all day long today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're gonna need a friend soon.
Depends how much school they get done by home. Valentin's not going to be off for another 2 hours. Exactly. I can still do schoolwork, see how far I get.
So yeah. I'm surprised. I expected him to say something more knowing it was you, Steph.
I know, I want you to relax.
Sounds like he had a long day at work, though.
Steph A75 said, sound like it was bit crazy for sure.
I know he's got, I know some of his co-workers, at least one, his daughter and his wife have COVID. which probably means he does too. So obviously they're out for a little, he's out for a little bit. And who knows who else has time off and everything else. Plus they just had one person retire in December and they haven't replaced that person. So they were short-handed and then they've got people sick. Plus, I don't know if other people are off or things like that too. So... I hope Jess stays live for a while. Because I just got a notification, just went live. So if she stays live, we'll raid her when it's time. I'm thinking I'm going to stay live for about 45 more minutes. But yeah, that's one thing I'm a little bit worried about. Is I hope Brett doesn't bring things home. Okay, I think if we're going to keep going, we're going to have to do this.
Steph A75 said, I really hope he doesn't tea as well.
I will say this time I'm a little bit more prepared because we do have a cough syrup that at least I can use at the beginning and would know to contact the doctor pretty quickly. But yeah. The hard part right now is it's also hunting season, and I'm allergic to down. And so during January, I always get allergy issues. So telling when I have a cold versus allergy versus, yeah. And then with the cyst issue on top of it, that could get interesting. So I hope it doesn't get interesting. And I will say he did have the booster. So we've had COVID. He had both shots. and he's had the booster. So there's a good chance, or so there's at least a decent chance that even if he was exposed a little bit, his body might be able to fight it off enough that he doesn't bring it home. Seeing how many extimulos we can use today. I think tomorrow we will do Animal Crossing. We'll probably only do like about an hour of Wizards Unite and then do Animal Crossing, just because I won't have the potions to fight for longer. So I may go through and figure out how many, later today, figure out how many more port keys I need to pop. Well, that won't work because sometimes yeah. I was gonna say how many port keys I need to pop, so I know how many keys I need, but sometimes you get double. So, like, you're popping port keys that you already have the max on that page on, so you have to wait. So if we run out of potions, we'll go fight in the fortress until the time's over today.
Steph A75 said, I have to go lay down before I fall asleep in the chair. The medicine makes me super sleepy, unfortunately.
Totally understand, Steph. Take care of yourself. I'm only going to be on for about 30 more minutes anyway, so.
Steph A75 said, I will be lurky though until I go night night.
That works for me, Steph. Totally take care of yourself. And sleep is part of taking care of yourself. Even if your body doesn't think so at times. Or your mind. Oh, come on. No reason to drop a potion here, because this one will get that one gone. Now we can... Wrong potion, oh well. Now we can drop the right potion. Not even gonna drop a potion now because we're low enough that. Now back to the heavier duty potions.
The Master Chickenman said, I am liking the new features like the overlay.
I'm glad you like them. One of these days, I'd like to get a VTuber or, you know, the GIF or something, you know, the picture that isn't actually you but kind of reacts either by your voice or otherwise, and get one of those going. But I tried and it was more than I could think of, so it's gonna have to wait. I also need to get, which reminds me, re-sign up with Extra Life.
Stream Captain Bot said, SK Poem, the battle is ready to begin. 6 units were placed on the battlefield.
How are you doing, the Master Chicken Man? How are you doing, the Master Chicken Man?
Stream Captain Bot said, SK Poem just selected a battle and the action begins in 30 minutes. Head to https www.streamraiders.com TSK Poem now to place your units and help earn a victory. The Master Chickenman said, doing well, how about yourself?
I'm doing okay considering everything. So, you probably missed it, but the reason I took a break
The
was...
Master Chickenman said, last day of my work week.
That's cool. That's always fun. The reason I took a break is I had a cyst earlier, like about a month ago. And when I had it, one of the concerns was if it didn't go away, it could be cancer. It went away, but then it came back, and so I was worried about it, but I didn't want to freak everyone out. Saw the surgeon Tuesday. It's not we don't think it's cancer. We think it's just a cyst, a sebaceous cyst or whatever. So, and the first time, for whatever reason, it didn't fully. It had pretended to heal, but hadn't really healed or whatever. And I'm gonna get it cut out next Tuesday. So I'm doing okay. But that's where I've been. And why I went missing in action for a while is I didn't want to freak everyone out. Even though I was freaking out, I wasn't even talking to my family about it because I didn't want to freak anyone out about it until I had more information.
The Master Chickenman said, oh my, I really hope it turns out to be nothing serious. The unknown is always worrisome.
Yeah. And like I said, it ended up being, as far as, at least it appears it's just going to be, so the surgery is actually going to be an in-office surgery. I had the option of in-office or going under, and just because of everything we decided the in-office would be the best. And that should completely take care of everything, and we should be good to go. So that's why I disappeared for a while, is I didn't want everyone freaking out. And I think of you guys as good friends and family and whatever. And so if I had gone live, I would have said something. And then everyone would have been freaking out until we knew more. And so that's why, or if I had gotten on any of your guys' streams, the chance of me accidentally saying something was higher because I didn't sleep very well Thursday night because I noticed it Thursday after the doctor's office had closed. So Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and Monday night, I was barely sleeping. So trying to keep my mouth shut, the only way I could do that and not freak everyone else out was to basically go offline. The only videos I watched, I didn't catch any YouTube or any Twitch
Steph75
channels.
said, trying to preserve our sanity she was.
Yep. I didn't get on Twitch at all during that time because the interaction, I was probably going to say something and word would get out. And the only video, I did watch YouTube channels, but I didn't comment or any of that. And the videos I watched were like over 3 months old, so wouldn't have yeah. So, just kind of trying to, as Steph said, preserve everyone's sanity. I figured me going insane was plenty I was doing enough for everyone. But now I'll be back and watching for everyone to go online and everything else and seeing where I can support people and everything else. I will not be streaming Tuesday for obvious reasons. And then I am taking Wednesdays out of the schedule just because family have appointments like crazy every Wednesday.
The Master Chickenman said, that is selfless of you. We do like to know what is going on, but I guess it would have been a lot of worry with nothing we are able to about it.
Exactly, and that was my thing. I knew I had a bunch of people who would worry about it, like staff and, a bunch of my viewers would worry about it. And until I met with the surgeon, I didn't have any information to give other than we don't know what it is, but it could be anywhere from nothing to cancer. And I know people would have been freaking out. And so it was just easier to say, I'm going to disappear for a little bit. As soon as I can, I will be back.
Said, IDK, how Angel streamed with this stuff. I feel so cloudy-headed. It's hard to think or focus like this. I prayed hard for you just the same for comfort and guidance and minimal issue, etc.
Exactly. Didn't even know what was going on and we're still praying. And honestly, I think each person handles opioids differently. And so Angel Goddess probably, it's just a difference in the way her body deals with it. Plus, it may be also, she may have felt that I know that talking to others, the way I feel when I'm when I have brain fog is different than the way other people feel. And they can kind of focus more. So that's my guess, is she was able to focus. It just took her slightly out of it, where it takes you and me sometimes completely out of it. And I was pretty sure as soon as you knew something was going on in the family, which is why I wasn't streaming, that you would be praying for us, just in general, as, sending prayers the most you could.
Said, I hate them, I really hate them, evil medicine. I swear if I could go to hospital and not get drugged I would, but they would pump me full of them, so no way Jose on that unless last resort for me.
Honestly, the question is if they would even keep you right now. From what I understand, they're trying to keep people out of the hospital.
Said, you will laugh at the last line I proud nightly.
Oh my gosh. You know what I heard all last night when I woke up from the vlog? They were chattering away on the phone. I opened up the door to go to work at about 3:30 this morning, and they were chattering away. I could hear scraping the window. I could hear
Steph75 said, it was a bit more specific than this, but I think you will get the gist.
Yeah. And I am grateful that you were praying for minimal issues, because this is probably basically what came up is that's probably what it is the minimal.
Said, please Lord, don't he let it be that one person causing trouble for all.
Oh. No, it wasn't that. I think in that case I actually would have been on and basically said I've got to bite my tongue over and over and over. But in this case, it was literally, I knew I couldn't keep my mouth shut because my brain wasn't keeping itself shut. It literally was not letting me sleep. When I woke up Friday and by wake up I'm talking I had like an hour or two of sleep before stream time was all I had managed to get. And so at that point I knew I was going to be sleep deprived, which when that happens I talk more. have even less of a sensor. And worried as all get out.
75 said, bless you.
And so it was just like, I'm not going to be able to. Because I can't keep myself under control. And so at that point it was just like, okay, well, I'm gonna bow out of streaming until I can either one know I've got things under control enough.
I sleep either very badly or like the dead, neither is really good for me.
That sounds about like me. But in this case it was like I literally had to exhaust myself to the point where like if I was not so exhausted and so sleep deprived that there was no hope of staying, like, brain, and I think you've been there, where you're so sleep deprived that your brain totally shuts off, that's when I could finally sleep. If my brain was working at all, it was keeping me awake. Just running through scenarios and what ifs and...
Steph75 said, "If I sleep like the dead, my body relaxes, touch, and I wake with things out of socket or in pain because of the bra."
I get that.
Steph75 said, "Too much no touch."
I totally get that. Working with my PT has helped a lot because we're teaching my muscles where they're supposed to be. And so they are starting to stay in place more. Usually I am a light sleeper, but in this case it was like, and I'm either usually a light sleeper or dead to the world. But in this case it was like, it wasn't even, just struggling to sleep. It was literally, I had to get so exhausted that there was no hope. For my brain to shut off because of going through all the different scenarios and what if it's this? What do I do? What if it, yeah. What are we going to do here? This would need taken care of. I'd need to do this. How would this interact with it? And it was... mad rat. I'm not going to go after that last one, I don't think, because we're almost out of extimulos and time. Well, we have... I'll see. Okay, just need walking distance there. Okay. Oh, Steph, I have you a gold gift.
Steph A75 said, "Oh, before I forget."
I'm listening.
Steph A75 said, "Compiling recipes from witches and wizards worldwide."
Okay. One, I would love to get copies of recipes. I will try and think of some recipes and talk to the kids.
Steph A75 said, "LMK, if you have any you want to add or just DM me the recipe."
So I will...
Master Chickenman said, "Kay, I'm going to make and eat lunch, you'll be lurking."
Sounds good, Master Chicken Man. That's a kind of late lunch. Others I might think I'm off on the time, but I know what time it is for you. Is it late lunch or early dinner? Or both?
Steph A75 said, It will be accessible to all free as a PDF, or I can print and mail a copy at cost of printing and shipping.
Sounds cool, Steph. Okay. Raid.
The Master Chickenman said, "That's when my lunch break is for work, lol, gonna be changing my schedule at end of month."
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we are going to raid Jess because my husband's home. I'm getting tired. I've been streaming for 4 hours. So, thank you everyone for joining. Today was an amazing stream. I appreciate all of your support. And I will see you guys tomorrow or when you can.